It will come to order. Members, staff tells the chairs that there are a number of amendments somewhere in the double digits that are still being worked on right now, and they're not ready. So there's no point in starting the committee right now. So what the chairs are going to do is we're going to go at ease for 30 minutes. It's about 8:45 right now. So we'll reconvene at 9:15. And hopefully at that point, we have all of the amendments in here and ready to go. And if we have at least a sufficient number of them, we'll go ahead and start. So are there questions or comments from the committee on that schedule? Seeing none, the committee will be at ease until 9:15. the chair is going to put the committee in recess again until 10 o'clock, and the chair will explain why. For members who were here last Thursday, you'll remember the chair informed the committee that we plan to vote on criteria today. That was a week ago, and staff tells us that up until this morning they're still working on some amendment requests. And so because of that, we don't have those amendments yet, and we can't begin the committee. I'll tell the committee that all of the amendments are from Democratic members, and so we want to give time for those amendments to be considered. Of course, the chair wishes they would have been sent in ahead of time, but that's the right of each committee member to send in a request whenever they see fit. So with that said, we will go at ease until 10 o'clock. reiterate what was going on. As the committee members know, a week ago, the chairs told committee members that they could put forth amendments because the chairs intended to vote on this criteria today. And so members have had that week time period to get these amendments in. And the first amendments that any of the chairs saw was well after 8:30 a.m. this morning when the committee started. Most amendments were not completed yet by staff, and so it was on up probably, well, I don't want to, it was at least an hour or so after the committee was supposed to begin before we even actually had any final amendments. The chair is in possession and I think has been passed out roughly somewhere between 10 and 15 amendments. The chair will tell the committee members that not all of those have actually been put forth at this time. Apparently there are some members still considering whether they actually want to offer those amendments, so they haven't been signed, but the chair has directed that those be put out so that for efficiency purposes we can just go through the amendments that are in possession of the chairs, and if we come to an amendment that a member does not wish to put forward, then simply tell the chair that, and the chair will of course allow that amendment to be withdrawn. For House members, you've probably already seen your email. Session's been delayed until 12 o'clock, and the chair anticipates session probably being delayed again, depending on the time that it takes to hear the bills in this committee. The chair understands that this is a very important committee. It's important that we do things here in a thoughtful and deliberative way, and so we're going to give it the time that it needs today. Members, I'll also start by just making a few remarks because the chair believes that this is really a historic occasion for this committee. As members will remember, in 2019, for the first time ever in the history of this state, maps were drawn without using partisan data and partisan considerations. That was, of course, ordered by court. Most of the members on this committee were here at that time and probably participated in that. And the members will remember that we passed those maps and that the court reviewed those maps and upheld those maps. That was an historic occasion. This state's over 200 years old, and as far as the chair can tell, since the inception of this state, maps have been drawn by a legislative body, and they have been done using partisan means. But again, for the first time ever in 2019, that did not take place. That was court ordered. Today's committee meeting is notable and historic because for the first time ever, without a court order, but with doing it voluntarily, the chairs have put forth a set of criteria before you, not voluntarily not using election data and partisanship. And so far as the chair can tell, that's the first time that has ever happened in the history of this state, and perhaps the first time that it's happened in this country. I know other states have decided to go in different routes. They've used independent commissions and they've done other things, but the chair is not aware of any other states who have just voluntarily kept the ability to draw the maps but agreed to not use that partisan data and partisan consideration. So I hope that the members of the public and I hope that the committee members recognize through this criteria that's been proposed the commitment of the chairs to making significant and reasonable efforts to attempt to limit the partisan consideration and election results data from being used in the drawing of these maps. Additionally, the chair does want to point out one thing the chair heard often in public comment earlier this week, and that was that there was some ranking of the proposed criteria of the chairs, and that's not the case. And chair understands that that was an easy mistake or a misunderstanding that members of the public could have had. They were simply looking at a list of criteria, and perhaps they thought that list was ranked. Again, it was not ranked at all. The certain provisions on the criteria are constitutional. Obviously, those have to take precedence over those areas that are not constitutional, but otherwise, those items are not ranked at all. Members, the data, as most members of the committee know, the data will be released by the Census Bureau today at about 1 p.m. As best we can tell. And so it is the goal of the chairs of this committee to adopt this criteria this morning. And one of the reasons for that is, as we all understand, the redistricting process is a very litigious process, not just in North Carolina, but really across the country. And because of that, the chairs think it's important to get criteria adopted before the data comes out, so that no one can reasonably say that the chair somehow took the data and then drew the criteria to meet the desires of the chairs. It would be impossible for the chairs to have done that. The chairs have obviously put out criteria already. The committees will vote on whether to amend that criteria this morning or not, but it was important before that criteria came out, before the data came out, to get the proposed criteria out. Members, I'll go ahead and tell you I expect at some point next week to have a committee meeting to discuss what the committee wishes in terms of a public comment period, whether here or across the state. The chairs have not set a date for that yet, but check your email over the course of probably tomorrow. The chairs will try to get you notice out. But again, that meeting will be for purposes of the committee discussing how we want to go about public comment. And of course, the portal is open, will remain open. Members of the public have the opportunity to continue to comment on any matter that they see fit that's before this committee, or any matter not before this committee if they see fit. But members of the public are encouraged to submit comments as to what the public schedule should be. Members, with that being said, the chair will turn to Chairman Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'd just thank you for those comments, and also want to revisit briefly some of the discussions on Monday. There was a question or two that came up regarding proposed criteria that we said we would address later on. So it makes sense to address today. So I'll let, if the chair would recognize Senator Newton, he would like to make some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before the chair does that, the chair also failed to note one thing, and that is this is not technically a joint committee. This is the House Committee and the Senate Committee voluntarily meeting jointly. And so because of that, we really need to take two sets of votes on any amendments that are put forth today, as well as the final set of criteria. So the method that we'll use to do that is when the House members vote on a given amendment or criteria, I will chair, and when senators are voting on the same, Chairman Daniel will step up here to chair, so that there's Chair just wants to get that out there so there's no confusion. If there's any questions about that, I know that's not typically how it's done in most of our committees, but we're really taking two votes on each of these today. Are there any comments or questions about that from the committee members? Seeing none. Senator Newton, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions I wanted to address that came up on Monday. The first is related to county groupings to be used in the 2021 House and Senate plans. As the criterion that we have proposed says, we will use the state constitutional standard as interpreted by the North Carolina Supreme Court in Stevenson 1, Stevenson 2, Dixon 1, and Dixon 2 to create these county groupings. These decisions specify the procedure for how the county grouping process works and to give effect to the state constitution's whole county provision and the one person, one vote principle. I will not recite verbatim what those decisions say, but in layman's terms, that means that once the county population data is available, we will use it to identify the maximum number of single counties that can support either one legislative district or multiple legislative districts using the ideal district population within plus or minus 5%, and keep those counties whole for the purpose of drawing districts. Next, we will find the maximum number of two county pairs that can be identified that either support one legislative district or multiple legislative districts, factoring in population requirements, and we will consider those two county groupings. Next, we'll do the same for three county groupings, then four, then five, and so on, until there are no more counties in the map to be grouped. What I want to make clear about this criterion today is that it will control how the county grouping formula is applied, but we are not adopting county groupings today. We will meet again at a later date for the Senate and the House to separately vote on county grouping plans for their respective maps, and they will be adopted by these committees. So there will be more time for input from members and the public prior to those votes to adopt county groupings taking place. The second question I want to address is the decision to exclude racial data from being used by this committee in the drawing of districts. Of course, we understand that North Carolina is obligated to comply with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act when drawing districts in the 2021 Congressional House and Senate plans. But during the last decade, the Supreme Court told us that there is not sufficient evidence of racially polarized voting in North Carolina to justify the consideration of race when drawing districts. If you have new evidence or new studies of racially polarized voting in North Carolina, we would be willing to examine that evidence, and nothing in this criteria prevents any member from bringing forward such evidence during this process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, the chair is now going to go into
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Boyer.
Yeah, I had a quick question of Senator Newton.
Gentleman's
Regarding
recognized for a
some-
question.
Senator Newton, in looking at Stevenson, the first criteria that the court says is that you have to determine what the VRA districts are. And I'm wondering how you determine a VRA district without examining the question of race, which is what it's predicated on. And if, in fact, during the process of drawing clusters, we draw them, and then you get information or an indication that a district might be a a Section 2 district specifically, somebody brings evidence that there is sufficient racial polarization in the voting that you have to apply the laws as evolved over the last 50 years. That then throws everything else that you're doing about clusters, or that we're doing about clusters, not everything, but a significant number of issues about how the clusters look, and we go back to the drawing board anyhow. So with respect to choosing clusters and determining whether they're necessary, I take it that you're waiting to see whether from the committee or from interested parties, whether there are suggestions of a required VRA district.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you for that question, Senator Blue. As you're aware, in 2019, when we drew, we did not consider race in the drawing of those maps, and the court ultimately adopted or embraced that process. And so we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to follow that same process, but as I suggested in my comments, if at any point there is a belief that there's a violation of Section 2, we need to know that, and we'll act appropriately at that time.
One quick follow-up.
Gentleman's recognized.
The reason, and subsequent to 2011, that there were not the other issues on the VRA is that districts had already been drawn. And the question got to be, without considering race, question got to be which of those districts you could justify as continuing VRA districts. And so the court did another analysis on concepts of just packing, cracking, stacking, those things. And that's what we were responding to in Rucho, whatever those cases were in the last decade. So there had already been a determination by us as map makers that there were 2 or 3 districts that merited continuation in their current form in order to avoid a Section 5, especially a Section 5 attack. Now, I know that that's been muted since 2013, but even trying to avoid a Section 2 attack on the overall redistricting process. And the only aspect of it had to do with overcompensating in non-VRA required districts, not the VRA districts other than for the Senate, Cumberland, Guilford, and I don't think at the last rendering, one of the districts in eastern North Carolina, the Pitt, Greenville, Wayne, Lenoir district was challenged because of that concept. But it wasn't aimed at whether or not a VRA district actually existed. I know there were no polarization studies done, no evidence presented, and the effort was made to relate back to 20 '01 studies to justify it. But I think that that Stevenson makes it relatively clear that before you consider clustering groupings, you have to make that VRA determination.
Gentleman's recognized.
Senator Blue, thank you for your analysis on that. The chairs have considered the various options, and we will comply with the law. And the methodology we used in 2019 passed muster, and we're going to continue with that methodology. But thank you for those concerns.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Senator Daniel.
I'd like to send forth an amendment.
Senator Daniel is recognized to send forth an amendment. The members should have if you look to the top right of your proposed amendments, it'll say who it's offered by. And this one is offered by Senator Daniel, and it's a proposed amendment to criteria 4. It says proposed criteria 4, an amendment to proposed criteria 4. And rather than asking on each one of these, does every committee member have a copy of the amendment, if we come to an amendment and you don't have a copy of it, if you will, just simply let the chair know, and the chair will ensure that you get a copy of the amendment. Senator Daniel, the gentleman is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Newton, for your comments. In order to make it clear that the committee intends to comply with the Voting Rights Act, I propose this amendment to just add a sentence under the criteria regarding racial data. The amendment would simply add the sentence, "The committee will draw districts that comply with the Voting Rights Act," and I would just ask for the committee's support.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Clark.
Request to speak regarding the VRA requirements.
Well, if it's on the amendment, that's fine. We're debating the amendment right now, and members of the committee will have ample opportunity to discuss the, well, frankly, any matter the member wants that's relevant to the committee. But we're on the amendment now, so the gentleman, if he wishes, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Well, my comments actually are relative to the amendment.
Well, then the gentleman is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you. I consider the amendment to be unconstitutional because Stevenson does say, first, legislative districts required by the VRA shall be formed before non-VRA districts are created. If there has been a court ruling that nullifies that requirement by Stevenson's, I ask that the chairs provide that to this committee or the staff provide that to this committee, if not today, then soon.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment. Senator Blue.
One question of Senator Daniel. In the amendment to criteria 4, suppose you put a comma after the word plans and then put except for purposes of compliance with the Voting Rights Act.
Senator Blue, I mean, I prefer the amendment as written. It's, we've sort of deliberated this at length and went over various versions that we could have considered. I think it has the same effect as your language. Of course, members can submit additional amendments.
Okay.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Hearing none, we'll start with House vote. Are any members going to call division? Okay. Hearing none. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes do have it, and the amendment is adopted, and the chair will now yield to Chairman Daniel for the Senate vote.
Senate members, all in favor of the amendment I just proposed, would you please indicate by saying aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Mr. Chair, call for division.
That's out of order in the Senate.
Yeah, pardon me, Senate Rule 35,
It's
there's
not
no
ordered.
division in the Senate.
All opposed, nay. No. Opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment passes.
Which one?
Members, the next amendment the chair will take up is Senator Clark's amendment, and this is number 6, proposed criteria number 6, it says amendment to proposed criteria number 6. Do all members, and it's dealing with the issue of compactness. Again, if any member has any problem at all, if they don't have a copy of it, let the chair know. Senator Clark, the gentleman is recognized to debate the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. This particular amendment, essentially all it does is adds an additional item that can be considered in terms of compactness measures, and it is called the cut edges. And additionally, it says that we could also rely on compactness measures that are contained within the software that we will be using for redistricting.
Thank you, Senator Clark. Members, the chair will speak to this particular amendment, and you'll see as we go through this, the chairs will just generally respond to the various amendments. The chair believes that the amendment, number one, it contains a measure that the chairs are not familiar with. In the past, the chairs, this committee has used various methods to measure the district, so to speak, on compactness. And as you'll see in the chair's proposed criteria, we do recognize the Polsby-Popper and the REOC scores. That's what's been used in the past in this body, and that's what courts have ultimately upheld. So the chairs would ask that the members vote against this amendment. Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Hearing none, the House will, Senator Marcus.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out that there are better methods, more modern methods that are listed in Senator Clark's amendment. Just because we've always used only 2 doesn't mean that that's the way we should continue to operate when there are more clear and better methods that could also be incorporated. The amendment doesn't suggest we should get rid of Polsby-Popper or REOC, but include some other very good methods by which we can test districts. And if the chair's not familiar with them, perhaps we should pause and let the chair become familiar with them, because they're good basis on which to determine whether maps are drawn fairly.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? If not, the House will now go into a vote. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, noes have it, noes do have it, and the amendment fails. We'll now shift to the Senate vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Senate members, all in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. No. Opinion of the chairs, and those have it. Thank you.
Members, the next amendment will be from Senator Clark again. This is his proposed amendment to criteria number 2. This is dealing with contiguity. Senator Clark, the gentleman, is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, well, 2's missing from this line, sir.
Okay. If the Sergeant-at-Arms will ensure that members who raise their hands on each one of these are brought a copy of the amendment. And so, members, if you will, on each one of these amendments, the chair will try to go slow, but just every time, raise your hand high, and I will look out and try to direct Sergeant-at-Arms as well to get those out. So Senator Clark, just 1 second, let's give those members a chance to take a look at this amendment. And for the Sergeant-at-Arms, there are some members who are not on the committee who are in the back, and so Chair would direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to number 1, focus on the committee members, and once you've got the committee members' amendments, then if you will, make sure that the other members not on the committee in the back will get a copy of the proposed amendments. Okay, Senator Clark, the gentleman is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This particular amendment just clarifies that point contiguity will not be permitted. That's not mentioned in the previous version.
Is there discussion or debate on the amendment? Chairman Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Clark, for the amendment. The chair has considered this at length and would ask the committee, we think it's a good amendment, and would ask the committee to adopt it.
Is there further discussion or debate on this amendment? Hearing none, the House will move into a vote. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We'll move into a Senate vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the members of the Senate, all in favor of Senator Clark's amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Members, the next amendment is proposed by Representative Reeves, and this is the amendment dealing with free elections, the free elections clause. It's Representative Reeves, free elections. Again, members of the committee will raise their hands if they don't have a copy. Chair sees Representative Brendan Jones. Not sure what's going on over there with Representative Brendan Jones. Representative Reeves, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope that this is self-explanatory, and what it is saying is that, as you said, it references free elections clause, and that to ensure the results of elections will reflect the will of the people, that the district lines not be drawn in a manner that will likely provide any political party seats in Congress or the General Assembly that's disproportionate to the election strength of that party. We ask you to support the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Reeves. And members, the chair is also going to take this amendment. The chair would respectfully ask members to vote against this amendment. And the reason why, I'll go back to my opening comments, and that is, for the first time ever, this is a redistricting committee that intends to vote on these maps on a set of criteria, rather, that does not take into account political data and partisanship. And this amendment would actually require us to go back on that. It would actually require us to consider election data at some point in order to meet whatever standard is in this proposed criteria. And finally, the chair would just say that the chair disagrees with the interpretation of Common Cause v. Lewis that is set out in this proposed amendment. And again, the chair would ask that you respectfully that you vote against the amendment. Is there further discussion or debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chair,
Senator Clark.
this does not require that we use election data in the construction of the districts. We could use election data in the analysis of the districts once they had been approved by the committee.
Further discussion or debate? Representative Reeves.
And I would reemphasize that point, that I think that the way I would read the amendment and the way I would read the case, we're absolutely asking, in fact, it seems to me that it's actually asking the opposite and more in line with what the chair is saying respectfully, that we don't want to use political data that would allow us to do that, and that this is completely an analysis amendment when it comes down to it. And so that would be something that we would have to do post taking care of these.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Representative Hastings.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with all the respect I have for Representative Reeves, the amendment does seem somewhat vague to me, and so that's the reason I'm not going to support it.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? If not, the House will now vote, and the question is before the House is the question before the House members of the committee is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair. The noes have it. Noes do have it. The amendment fails. We'll move to the Senate vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the Senate, all in favor of Representative Reeves' amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair. The noes have it, and the amendment fails.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Richardson.
inquiry of the chair.
Gentleman is recognized for an inquiry of the chair.
Earlier, there was a Senate ruling saying the Senate rules didn't allow for division. Or do our rules apply as it relates to our votes?
That's right. The House rules applies. It applies to House rules and vice versa for the Senate. And that's why on the first vote, the chair asked if anyone intended to call a division. And that's each House member's right if they wish to do that.
Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Representative Reeves, we're going to go back to you. This is Representative Reeves' amendment on general policy emphasis. General policy emphasis. Chair doesn't see any hands raised. Representative Reeves, the gentleman is recognized.
And thank you. And what this would be saying is that we will not be splitting any municipalities, counties, groupings, or VTDs in order to give favor to any voter, any candidate, or any political party. I ask you to support the amendment.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regard to this amendment, the chairs did consider this at length and feel that this criteria would be impossible to abide by without considering political data, and therefore we would feel like it would be a violation of the intent of the criteria, and would ask for the members to vote against it.
Further, Representative Reeves.
And I would just say respectfully, just as with the other amendment, that this would be, the intent of this amendment would be for post-map analysis, not for anything to be considered when drawing the map.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Hearing none, the House will move into a vote. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment fails. We'll move to the Senate vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Senate. In regard to Representative Reeves, amendment number 2, all in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed, nay. No. In opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment fails.
Members, the committee will be at ease just momentarily. Members, now we're going to move to Senator Marcus's amendment to proposed criteria number 9. This deals with member residence. Proposed criteria number 9 from Senator Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
One second, Senator Marcus. Chair's going to make sure we have everyone understands which one we're dealing with. So, if you'll get.
Mr. Chair, may I come to the podium?
Yeah, come on up. Committee will be at ease again momentarily. Okay, members, as the chair said earlier, the chair was aware that perhaps some members had amendments drafted and sent to the chairs that they didn't necessarily want to put forth to the committee. The chair, Senator Marcus, the chair is in possession of 3 possible amendments from the senator. Will the lady read the proposed amendment that you intend to put forth?
If it's suits the chair, Senator Clark is anticipating, I don't know why my name is on it, but he was anticipating running the first amendment on this criteria. If we could give him the floor, he can speak to that.
Okay, then the chair has conferred with Senator Clark on the matter, and we can make the technical change later to put Senator Clark's name on it, and Senator Clark can certainly debate it. Before we move into that, though, can the members give the chair some guidance as to which of these proposed 3 amendments that Senator Marcus wishes to put? Obviously, the one that Senator Clark has shown the chair, and that is the one that's the most simple. It just says delete proposed criteria number 9. Senator Marcus, does the lady wish to send forth any of the other 2 amendments that have been put forth to the chairs?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So the amendment that I seek to put forward, it's hard to distinguish among these since they're not numbered, begins, the residence of members shall not be considered in the formation of congressional districts.
Okay. And to be clear, so there is one other amendment that begins with incumbency protection. The map makers may take reasonable efforts and so on. And on that amendment, the lady does not wish to put that amendment forward.
I did not request this.
You can change your mind later on, but at this point.
I'm not changing my mind. I never requested this, so I don't know why it has my name on it, but I am not putting it forward.
Okay. All right. We'll do away with that one, and we'll begin then with Senator Clark. And members, if you're not confused enough already, members, this Senator Clark is going to present the amendment that says Senator Marcus on the top right, and it says amendment to proposed criteria number 9. is delete proposed criteria number 9. Do any committee members feel that they don't know where we're at, which would be completely reasonable? Okay. Do all the committee members have that amendment? Okay, all right. Senator Clark, gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Essentially, what this will do is say we are not going to consider incumbency in the establishment of congressional or legislative districts.
And the chair will speak to this amendment as well. Members, the chairs have already included in our proposed criteria some account for member residents, and we have included in there that the member residents may be considered in the formation of legislative and congressional districts. And the chairs feel that this is a traditional redistricting criteria that has been long used, that this committee's used it in the past. The chairs believe that it's best that this committee and this body continue to use this proposed criteria. So the chair would ask you to vote against the amendment. Is there further discussion or debate on Senator Blue?
Yeah, just a quick question, Mr. Chair. Since residence is not, I can understand looking at residents in legislative districts, since you have to live in them and you got to live in them a year before the election. But in congressional districts, there's no residential requirement. And what you effectively do is figure out a way to skew the map, and not for any particular purpose. But if somebody is in a district and serving it well, they don't have to live there. We've had that instance, I think, in the current congressional delegation. I know that was the case in the delegation prior to the one elected in 2020. So what is the reason for considering congressional residents?
Well, thank you for this question, Senator Blue. And the chair would just simply respond by saying that this body has long used member residence both for legislative districts. As the gentleman correctly notes, a member has to live in their residence. There's a time period for that, as the gentleman knows. And the gentleman's correct that congressional candidates don't necessarily have to live in their districts, whether they should or not. But the chair will again say, as recently as 2019, the committee has considered the member residence of both legislative and congressional members. Courts have upheld that practice, and the chair believes that it works well for the efficient drafting of maps. And so, again, the chair would ask that members vote against the amendment. Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Hearing none, the House will move into a vote. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is defeated. We'll move to a Senate vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate members, we're voting on Senator Clark's amendment regarding member residence. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment fails.
Members, we'll go back to Senator Marcus on her other amendment, and this is amendment to proposed criteria number 9, dealing with member residence. It begins, strikes out member, and it says the residence of members the residence of members shall not be considered in the formation, and it goes on. Senator Marcus, the lady is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It has been made very clear to this body through public comments that voters don't want elected officials to draw maps and districts that favor ourselves. I believe that in the past, maps have been drawn with an eye on where incumbents live in order to give certain members a favorable district and others a tougher district. And the member residence criteria as it's currently proposed, as was handed out to us at the beginning of this week, is so vague that it could and likely will still allow for such favoritism to occur this time around. So we proposed earlier, Senator Clark just discussed with you an amendment to eliminate consideration of member residences completely. Since that was rejected, I think it's important that if we're going to consider member residence, that we do so in as minimally as way as possible. So that's why I'm submitting this compromise, which is to say, for the reasons Senator Blue pointed out, Congresspeople do not have to live in their district. There's no need to contort districts in order to accommodate their residents. So my amendment would say we should not consider congressional members' residence when we draw the maps. But as Senator Blue pointed out, members of the General Assembly are required to live in our districts. And the court in 2019 did give permission to this body to not double bunk legislators since we have to live in the district. And so this amendment would allow for the residence of members of the General Assembly to be considered or shall be considered, I should point out, in the formation of legislative districts for the sole purpose of avoiding placing more than one incumbent in the same election district. And I ask for your support of this amendment.
Thank you, Senator Marcus. Members, the chair will again speak to this amendment, and many of the same points the chair made earlier on the prior amendment apply to this amendment, so the chair won't restate those, but the chair will just simply say that the proposed criteria in the chair's amendment gives the committee the latitude to adequately make considerations about member residence. And members will be allowed to put forth, when the map drawing begins, the members are welcome to put forth a map that doesn't take into consideration those matters. And so for those reasons, the chairs believe the current criteria is sufficient and appropriate for this committee, and would ask you to vote against the amendment. Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Representative Reeves.
Just an inquiry to the chair
Gentleman's recognized.
regarding this. Under your belief, under the information or the amendment, the criteria as it stands right now, without taking the amendment, what reasons would you say that you feel that residency can be taken into consideration?
Thank you for the question, Representative Reeves. And again, as the standard lays out, it just simply may be considered. And so that depends on whatever any committee member wants to put forth to this committee as to why one district or the other may be needed to be drawn where it's at. And again, just like we did in 2019 and that we've done in the past, and the gentleman has been here through many redraws at this point, and understands how this provision plays into that analysis, and the chair anticipates, just as we've done in the past and other redraws and the maps that we're currently sitting under that have been upheld, that we'll interpret those the same way. Further, Senator Marcus.
I'd just like to clarify, if I could, Mr. Chair, a point.
Ladies recognized.
Thank you. The way it's currently drafted without an amendment, the words "maybe" are very vague. That says to me that we might help some members, current members, to stay in their districts, and we might not help others. And that, to me, is a problem. We can't have a vague standard like that. That's why my amendment would make it very clear that if we're going to do it for some members, we have to do it for all, and that's why the importance of the word "shall be" is in there instead of "may." And I'd ask for your support of this amendment to make sure it's done fairly.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? If not, the House will move into a vote. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Noes have it. The amendment fails. We'll move to a Senate vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All members of the Senate who are in favor of Senator Marcus's amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Noes have it, and the amendment fails.
Okay. Members, the chair mentioned a moment ago, the chair had another proposed amendment to criteria number 9, and it has Senator Marcus's name on it, but Senator Marcus, as she has said, did not ask for this one to be drafted. And so the chair would simply ask committee members, the chair is going to read this and ask if the committee member who had this drafted will please let us know who this is so we can determine whether you want this amendment to be put forth or not. The amendment reads, incumbency protection, period. The map makers may take reasonable efforts to not pair incumbents unduly in the same election district. The map makers may take reasonable efforts to not pair incumbents unduly in the same election district. Again, this is for proposed criteria number 9. Does any member recognize this proposed amendment?
Consider it abandoned.
Okay, it sounds like this one is an orphan, and we will abandon this amendment. Okay, members, the next amendment is to propose criteria number 7. This is Senator Clark's amendment, and this deals with municipal boundaries.
Mr. Chair?
Just Senator Clark, just 1 second. Okay. All right, gentleman's recognized to debate the amendment.
I withdraw the amendment.
Okay, the gentleman wishing to withdraw his amendment, the amendment will be withdrawn. Members, the next The next amendment was from Representative Reeves, and it begins with general policy emphasis, and then it deals with post-map drawing policy. And it looks like this is just, instead of being an amendment to any particular piece of criteria in the chair's criteria, this would just simply add to the criteria. Seeing no members with their hands raised, Representative Reeves, the gentleman, is recognized.
Thank you. And, Mr. Chair, I would be withdrawing this. The first part of this has already been addressed. The second part of this, there's an amendment that I think has been submitted by Senator Marcus that I would defer to.
Okay, the gentleman wishes for his amendment to be withdrawn, and so it will be withdrawn. Okay, back to Senator Marcus. This is amendment on post-map drawing policy. Post-map drawing policy looks to be, again, another amendment to the criteria as a whole and not an amendment to any specific number in the criteria. Chair, post-map drawing policy, Senator Marcus. Senator Marcus, the lady is recognized to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an amendment that attempts to address the problem that we know will come up, which is maps cannot be drawn with consideration of partisan data or previous election results, but they will be analyzed after they are proposed, and we believe that they should be analyzed to see if there is a disproportionate advantage to a candidate or a political party using that data. So this attempts to make clear that that data will not be used in drawing the maps and only for analyzing them afterwards so that the public will know whether they're tilted or not. I ask for you to support the amendment.
Senator Daniel.
Thank you, Mr.
The gentleman
Chair.
is recognized.
And thank you for the amendment, Senator Marcus. I think the committee, the chairs feel like that we want to draw a line in the sand that we do not intend to use partisan data in the map drawing process and don't want to inject it in any way, shape, or form into our criteria. Obviously, there may be outside third-party groups that do analysis of our maps, and that's fine, but we don't intend to do that as a committee.
Further discussion or debate on this amendment? Hearing none, the House will move into a vote. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. All those opposed, no. Noes have it. The amendment fails. We'll move to the Senate vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All members of the Senate in favor of Senator Marcus's amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails.
Members, Representative Reeves will go back to the gentleman. This is post-map drawing policy. Does the gentleman still wish to put forth this amendment?
Happy to withdraw it.
Okay. Gentleman withdraws his amendment. Okay, members, now we're back to Senator Clark's, another amendment from Senator Clark. This is purpose of criteria. It's purpose of criteria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Clark, gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, Mr. Chair, I went online, and not went online myself, but I did review a lot of the comments that were provided online. And one consistent refrain was that this particular criteria should be rated higher than this one, or that one should be rated higher than that one. And as you indicated, we did not establish a priority for the criteria. But I think that we should. And this particular amendment attempts to do that by stating that, let's see where we're at. Therefore, the priority of precedence for compliance shall be as follows. First, equal protection. Second, contiguity. Third, Voting Rights Act. Fourth, county groupings, whole counties, communities of interest / community considerations, whole municipalities, whole VTDs, and then compactness.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Clark, for the amendment. The chair has considered this amendment and believe that we're not prioritizing our criteria, we're harmonizing our criteria. We're going to consider all the criteria and try to comply with all criteria when possible, whenever possible in drawing the maps, and therefore we don't feel that the criteria should be placed in any particular order and would ask the committee to vote against the amendment.
Further discussion or debate on this amendment? Senator Marcus?
Question?
Ladies recognized for a question.
If we're not going to explicitly prioritize, we know that they will conflict from time to time. So what are going to, how are we going to handle that? If we're not saying one thing is more important than another, if they conflict, who and how will we decide which one to follow first?
Senator Daniels.
Mr. Chair. Senator Marcus, I think we fully intend to comply with all state and federal laws and court decisions regarding the criteria and how it's applied to the maps, and that would be our guiding star in that regard.
Follow up?
Ladies recognized.
It's my understanding that the courts haven't clearly said, have not made all these decisions for us already, and so my fear is if we leave it vague about which order these criteria will be considered in, the public doesn't know, members of this committee don't even know how we will resolve conflicts when the criteria do conflict.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Hearing none, the House will move into a vote. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. All those opposed, no. Noes have it. The amendment fails. We'll move to a Senate vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All Senate members in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Noes have it. The amendment fails.
Members, the next amendment will be from Senator Blue. Begins with Voting Rights Act.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just 1 second, Senator Blue. I want to make sure every member's got a copy. Okay. Looks Senator Jackson, Representative Hardister, right here in the middle. Yeah, just keep your hands up, members, if you will. Again, we're on Senator Blue's Voting Rights Act amendment. The chair will give just a moment to let these members get a copy. Okay, the chair believes all members have a copy at this point. Senator Blue, the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment is sort of self-explanatory. I'd simply say that for the 4 decades since the 1980s redistricting, starting with Jingles versus Edmonston and through Shaw versus Reno and through the series of cases at the early part of this century and the cases in the last redistricting cycle, North Carolina has basically been the state with the chin out before the Supreme Court to get our redistricting plan struck down. And we've spent tens of millions of dollars over that time period, from the 80s forward, to have the Supreme Court basically say no to all of those efforts that we've done. And so this is an effort to make sure that we make an effort to try to save the taxpayers what now is collectively more than $50 million in efforts and futility by setting forth that, related to Senator Daniels' earlier amendment, that we know what the Voting Rights Act requires, we know what the Supreme Court has said, and this is the language that they have used with respect to in both Cooper versus Harris and Covington versus North Carolina, that you got to do to comply with the Voting Rights Act. And I just offer the amendment so that it's constantly before us, so that we don't get tempted to sort of skirt to the edge again and cost the taxpayers another $10 or $20 million defending this thing back up through the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court, or a 3-judge panel in the Supreme Court. So I move the adoption of the amendment.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the amendment. Senator Blue, certainly you've been involved in this process for a long time and have a lot of knowledge about that. The Chair, we considered this particular issue, as Senator Newton discussed at the beginning of the committee meeting. over the last few days. And, of course, we amended this criteria at the beginning of the committee meeting today to make it abundantly clear that the committee will not, or intends to comply with the Voting Rights Act in drawing districts, and therefore I would just ask the committee to reject the amendment. The criteria explicitly states we will not use racial data in the drawing of the maps, and but will attend in all respects comply with the Voting Rights Act, and certainly will, if any evidence of racially polarized voting in any part of North Carolina is presented to us, that would be something that would need to be looked at. But would ask that the members reject the amendment.
Further,
Chair.
Senator Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask a few questions. You may have mentioned it, but it really slipped my mind. How do we intend to comply with the Voting Rights Act if we don't use the racial data that is required to comply with it?
Well, I think, Senator Clark, just as, thank you for the question, just as Senator Newton explained at the beginning of the meeting that, in the event that evidence is presented to the committee that there's racially polarized voting in North Carolina, then that might be something the committee would need to address. And at this point, the courts in 2019 and even the Democrats' own expert have said that there is not racially polarized voting in North Carolina. And so, that's sort of where we think we're at.
Gentleman's recognized.
Given that the Stevenson requirement is there, that we do VRA districts first, is it not incumbent upon the General Assembly itself to perform racial polarized studies in order to make that determination that as we are here today, that there is no racial polarization within North Carolina with regard to voting?
Gentleman's recognized.
And I think to answer your question again, I think, based on the 2019 decisions of the court and the Democrats' own expert, we don't feel that that is necessary at this point at the outset of the map drawing.
Further discussion or
Mr. Chair.
debate? Senator Clark.
Follow-up. Were we considering all of the VRA districts during the 2019 within the 2019 court case?
And I don't really have any further comment about this amendment, Senator, or Representative Powell.
Well, is there further discussion or debate on it? Senator Blue.
Just one quick comment. Just one quick comment, Mr. Chairman. In order to make sure that the record is straight, I don't know that there's any testimony that there is no polarized voting in North Carolina. In fact, I think it's just the opposite.
Further discussion or debate on Representative Richardson.
Yeah, some things make perfect common sense to me. This amendment, I think, protects us in the long run, and I think we ought to adopt it.
Senator Newton.
I'd like to comment on why we should not adopt the amendment for a very different reason. The amendment is Senator Blue's summary of the case law. If we start summarizing every aspect of case law related to redistricting, we'd never stop with criteria. So I appreciate the interpretation and the summary. We are going to comply with the law as it is handed down in those decisions, period. We don't need a criteria to do that.
Further discussion or debate on it? Senator Fitch. I mean, Senator Lowe, I'm sorry, excuse me.
I look so much different than Senator Fitch. I think we should adopt this, and I think that, my mother used to always say, if it's not in writing, it ain't so. And I think we need something clear-cut for this body to look at. And I think to wait and to push that off is certainly not a good thing, and I hope that we will accept this. Thank you.
Further discussion or debate? Representative Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a question for Senator Daniel.
Gentleman is recognized to put forth a question.
Thank you. It's just a simple question. Well, how, if we find that African Americans, voters of color, are packed and stacked, then what do we do? Well, in your opinion?
And if the senator will yield, Chair will just simply state, we'll add one thing to the discussion. We've talked a lot about that 2019 case, but there was a case before that called Covington, in which the General Assembly did redraw maps, not using any racial data at all. And of course, those maps were upheld and this body, and I believe our congressional districts as well, were run on after the redraw of Covington, which was a racial gerrymandering claim. Again, this body came in, redrew those maps, just like we're proposing, just like the chairs are proposing in this criteria, redrew those maps without using race, and those maps were upheld, and the chairs feel that this is the best path forward to ensure that this committee and ultimately this body can draw and adopt a set of maps that are upheld by the courts.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Dan.
And so I think, a point to remember for the entire committee to remember is if you, Senator Representative Hall made comments at the beginning of the committee meeting that our process is unprecedented, and at this time we're going to voluntarily have a transparent process that's done in public. All map drawing will be done in public. It'll be live streamed, and so for many of the concerns that have been addressed or expressed by members of the committee, that is a deterrent for any type of mischief, if that's what the opposing party is suggesting. It'll all be transparent. It'll be done in public, and certainly once maps are proposed, then members of the opposite party can make whatever suggestions they want to in our respective committees, or whatever allegations in the respective committees. So I think that's the safeguard on the process that's never been done before, and we intend to follow that as we've stated.
Senator
Mr.
Clark.
Chair?
Senator Clark.
Yeah, just a point for a question for clarification. The maps that were drawn as a result of the Covington case, I think that was intended to cure the racial gerrymandering. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, part of those were upheld, and the court redrew some of those maps, Senator Clark.
That's right. So it was not the General Assembly's maps that were adopted. It was the maps that were generated by the special master. Is that correct?
The majority of the maps were adopted by the General Assembly. The rest of the maps were adopted by the special master, and that was up to the court.
Thank you.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? If not, the House will now move into a vote. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. We'll move to the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All members of the Senate in favor of Senator Blue's amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Noes have it, and the amendment fails.
We'll do that last. Members, the next amendment will be Representative Hawkins' amendment to proposed criteria number 10. And it is dealing with community consideration. And we'll give the members a moment to find that amendment. Okay, Representative Hawkins, the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone's time, because not only are we doing the important work of redistricting, we're also, in the House side at least, doing the budget. Who thought it would be fun to have all this fun together, right? But this particular amendment deals with, I think, the crux of the matter, communities of interest. We all know that making sure that we keep communities that are similar, that have like understanding, who can talk about things that matter to them cohesively is important. And so keeping communities of interest whole is good for all North Carolinians. And so simply what this is saying is that we shall make reasonable efforts to preserve communities of interest in the construction of congressional House and Senate districts. I'll point to, because I was a member of this committee in 2019, my friend to my right, I think everyone learned what Tabor City was, if you remember that pretty fondly. We talked about it in Columbus County and that grouping quite a bit. But it was important to keep that piece of that city together, that community together, because they understood what they had in common. Similarly, as proposed, is that we want to make sure and clarify that communities of interest include but are not limited to populations that share racial, cultural, ethnicity, data, identity. They also share common history, of marginalization and/or discrimination, natural resources, populations prone to excessive damage due to natural resources, a la Tabor City, and are organized by bodies that inform the decision-making processes of their community. That includes higher education institutions. That includes public schools, of which, again, Tabor City and some of those other areas, are not immune to. And so one case, in addition to that's specific around higher education, is North Carolina A&T State University. I think we all know that the largest HBCU in the country exists in Greensboro, yet it is split between districts. And so when we start to think about what that community potentially has in common, we need to make sure that we're keeping it whole. And so, I just wanted to make those comments and hope that everyone will vote for this amendment. If you don't do it for me, do it for Representative Brendan Jones in Tabor City. Because as Senator Blue said, we spent millions defending maps over the last decade. And if we do not get this right, what will we do again? Spend millions, Senator Daniel. And I want to also close by saying that 2019 is our floor and not our ceiling. And so I hope that we will all use that as our guiding principle to ensure that we can build on the 2019 process so that this 2021 process will move us forward and make sure that we don't have to go through another decade of multiple map drawing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Hawkins. And members, the chair will take this one. Chair thanks Representative Hawkins for his always thoughtful additions to the redistricting committee. And the chair respectfully would ask the committee to vote against this amendment, and here's why. The chairs believe that the current criteria does account for a number of different criteria that could be encapsulated in some areas of this proposed amendment. Also, it's the chair's understanding that community of interest is a legal term of art, and that could throw some unintended consequences into this criteria that the committee may not actually intend to do. The amendment also mentions not using affiliation relationships with a political party, so data, for example, and as the committee now well knows, the chairs have said that we don't want to use that election data. And I know this is not saying you can do that, but the chairs believe it to be, and again, an unnecessary piece of language in the amendment. And chair would, finally say, it speaks to local neighborhood, and so it's one of those things that if we're describing, literally we're going to always consider these local neighborhoods, that can become difficult to do as well. Again, the chair thanks the member for a thoughtful amendment, but the chair would have to respectfully ask the committee to vote against the amendment. Is there a discussion or debate on the amendment? Hearing none, the House will move.
Mr. Chair,
Senator Marcus,
I'd like to speak to the amendment if I could.
the lady's recognized.
Thank you. I think we need to make the point that public input that we have asked for from the public for purposes of drawing criteria is overwhelmingly in favor of an amendment like Representative Hawkins. There have been more comments in favor of an amendment like this than any other topic from my reading of those online and in-person comments. As the criteria is currently written, I think it's very vague. There's no definition of what community means, and it only says that those communities, quote, may be considered, which again, as is the problem with other criteria, means that it might not be, and that's unacceptable. I think this is a really important amendment, and we should support it.
Further discussion or debate? Hearing none, the House will move into a vote. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. All those opposed, no. Noes have it. The amendment fails. We'll move to the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the Senate, all in favor of Representative Hawkins' amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All opposed, no. Noes have it, and the amendment fails.
Okay, members, Senator Clark's amendment on VTDs, voting district splits. Voting district splits. Senator Clark, Gentleman is recognized when he's ready to debate the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This particular amendment is essentially just states that to the extent that VT is split, that it shall not conflict with the higher priority criteria, and the geographic integrity of the VTD shall be preserved.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Clark, for the amendment. I think we've sort of discussed this in general terms before. Just to reiterate, we're not prioritizing criteria, we're harmonizing our criteria. We also already do have a criteria that says that voting districts should be split only when necessary. So therefore, I would also respectfully ask that the members vote against this amendment.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Hearing none, the House will move into a vote. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. Noes have it. The amendment fails. We'll move to the Senate.
Members of the Senate, all in favor of Senator Clark's amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment fails.
Members, the next amendment will be Representative Harrison's amendment dealing with equal population. It's equal population. This is a proposed amendment to criteria number 1. Representative Harrison, the lady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, because I believe you all might have 2 copies of amendment of criteria 1 in front of you, and the one that I'm proposing would strike the language as nearly equal as possible in the congressional district drawings and replace it with within plus or minus 150 people of the ideal district population.
Okay. Representative Harrison, if we can suspend just one moment. Okay, so the chair does have 2 proposed amendments from Representative Harrison. Where's the other one?
It's criteria 1.
One of them deals with within plus or minus 150 people. The other, the chair is going to have to locate to make sure we can. Okay. Is the lady withdrawing the other amendment?
I am, and I'm
Okay.
sorry if I wasn't clear.
No, that's fine.
Yes.
The lady is withdrawing her equal population amendment that just simply strikes out the very last sentence of that criteria. So that amendment will be withdrawn. The amendment that the lady is putting forth, members, is again an amendment to propose criteria 1, and the amendment, if you look down in the body of the amendment, equal population says within plus or minus 150 people of the ideal district population. That is the amendment that the lady's putting forth. And Representative Harrison, the lady's recognized.
So I will explain. And I believe I talked about this in the 2019 redraw as well. So there have been several court decisions, most prominently the U.S. Supreme Court in Tennant versus Jefferson County, that allowed for deviation in the drawing of congressional districts. If I heard Senator Daniel correctly on Monday, I believe he said that as nearly equal as practicable meant zero deviation. So this amendment would allow for a minimal amount of deviation based on the Tennant precedent, when Tennant precedent actually allows 0.7% of deviation, which is a pretty significant number. This just proposes 150 people, which is equivalent to 0.02% of the ideal population for North Carolina congressional district. So this just gives flexibility to the map drawing, would maybe avoid split precincts and those sorts of problems. And I would urge your support. Thank you.
Chair, thanks to the lady, and the chair will handle this amendment. Members, the chairs believe that the safest legal way to draw these maps is through zero deviation. And of course, this way, the amendment from Representative Harrison would not follow zero deviation. And so the chairs believe that the safest path forward is to do that traditional redistricting criteria, the one that this committee has used, the one the body has used, I guess at least in the most recent history, and go with zero deviation. Chair would ask the members to vote against the amendment. Further discussion or debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Senator Clark.
Yeah, and this particular proposal is also intended to take into consideration the fact that the census block data at the block level is not accurate as it was in the past. the Census Bureau has intentionally introduced error into the data for the protection of privacy. So the notion that we're going to really have a great degree of resolution that will support a zero deviation standard is a sort of farcical.
Well, and as the gentleman knows, there has been what they're determining noise put into the data to try to protect folks' privacy, as the chair understands that. And so the chairs believe that really all we can do is go based off of the numbers that the census gives us, whether that accounts for noise or not and is not 100% accurate. All we can do is go with those numbers and try to do zero deviation of those numbers. And again, the chairs believe that to be the legally safest path forward for this committee and the body. Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Hearing none. We'll move to a House vote. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. All those opposed, no. Noes have it. The amendment fails. We'll move to the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For members of the Senate, all in favor of Representative Harrison's amendment, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment fails.
Okay, members.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Hawkins.
Can we be advised on what's happening with session in the North Carolina House? Because it's 12:30.
Well, the chair is going to check the chair's text messages and emails.
Thank you.
Well, the chair is confident. The chair sees one senior appropriations chair sitting over here, the majority leader and the rules chair is here. So the chair is confident that the member's not missing any votes. So I anticipate session is going to be delayed until this committee finishes its business, which hopefully won't be too long.
Thank you.
Yeah. Members, we're out of amendments. There is one document that the chair wants to.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Clark.
May I approach the
Yes, absolutely. There is actually one more amendment, and
where's my notes?
Mr. Sergeant at Arms, has this one been passed out yet, this last one that you? Okay. Members, the amendment the chair is referring to is Senator Clark's amendment dealing with counties, groupings, and traversals. Counties, groupings, and traversals. Will members raise their hand if they don't have a Senator Clark? Okay. Sergeant at Arms will please distribute a copy of that amendment. And okay, and members, chair's informed that the House will not go into session until this committee has completed its business today. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious, the one amendment that was accredited to Senator Marcus, and I think we identified it was actually Senator Clark's on proposed criteria number 9, the member residence. Was that withdrawn? Did I just?
The one was withdrawn, and the gentleman will have to get with staff to determine which one it was actually withdrawn. Representative Stevens. Yeah, we're waiting right now. We're handling some other business. We're handling some old business, it sounds like. Okay. Members, the chair is also in possession of a document that is, 3.5 pages long. It says proposed criteria for redistricting August 12th, 2021. And the chair was given this. Does any member, I'm going to hold it up. Has a member put this forth as an amendment? There's no name on it, and it was given by staff, Senator Clark. Okay. Members, this is the last amendment that the committee is in possession of. This is, again, is Senator Clark's amendment to proposed criteria 3, countings, groupings, and traversals. Chair believes the committee is in possession, all members are in possession of it now. Senator Clark, the gentleman is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are quite a few moving pieces in this one, so I'll just focus on a few components here. Let's see, if we go down to the third paragraph, it states the committee shall select from the total set of constitutionally compliant county grouping maps, one each for the House and Senate, a grouping map that shall be used for the construction of House and Senate districts. When choosing from among constitutionally compliant county grouping maps, the grouping map closest to zero population deviation shall be used. And the purpose of this particular one is to make sure we understand that there will be more than one constitutionally compliant set of grouping maps, and therefore we have to have in place some sort of mechanism for deciding amongst those constitutionally compliant maps which we will select. Then the following paragraph says, to achieve population balance in the 2021 congressional plan, some counties must be split. The number of counties that may be split shall not exceed 14, which is the number of congressional districts. The reason for this particular provision is to provide specificity in terms of how many counties can be split. There is none in the criteria as currently stated. And it says, when splitting counties, reasonable efforts shall be made not to split communities of interest. And then the final one says that after making any available single county congressional districts, and this relates to the one in the first paragraph, which I skipped, but it says, after making any available single county congressional districts, any two-county grouping with a total population sufficient to contain a congressional district within the combined borders, the committee shall construct such a district, and the larger of the two counties, based upon population, shall remain whole and not be split.
Senator Daniel, the gentleman
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Clark, for the amendment. Of course, the chair, or I would remind the committee that a future vote will happen on the county groupings, so this amendment in part is not appropriate at this time. The chairs feel like that this criteria as currently drafted, as is shown on the top of Senator Clark's amendment, is entirely appropriate and adequate for this particular topic, and would ask that respectfully that the committee reject the amendment.
Further discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll move into a House vote. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Noes have it. The amendment fails. We'll move to the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the Senate, all in favor of Senator Clark's amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The noes have it, and the amendment fails.
Okay, members, that's all the amendments the chair has in the chair's possession. So now we will move to the criteria. Representative Harrison. Okay, we'll move to the criteria, the chair's proposed criteria now as amended. And of course, that has previously been sent out and it was amended today. But if any members feel like they need to get another copy of that, then the chair will so direct. Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did not propose it today after consultation with folks about the potential of adding some criteria related to transparency, which is something we've heard about from the public speakers and online comments. And I wanted to propose a process for transparency, but I didn't want to include it with the criteria because it didn't seem to fit. And I just wanted to make that point on the record, and I hope to bring it forward next week. Thank you.
Absolutely. And the lady, Representative Harrison, and all members are encouraged to put forth whatever their thoughts and opinions are on the way that we should conduct this process, how we should go about whatever level of transparency the committee sees fit. And the committee, of course, has a little bit of time to look at those things because, of course, we're not going to have enough data to draw any maps, we believe, for at least about 3.5 weeks. So we've got some time, and we want to do public comment really before we start drawing those maps. So do give us your ideas about how you want to see the process ran.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Daniel.
Mr. Chair, I would move at this time that for the adoption of the criteria as amended and ask that staff engross that into a new document and provide it to the committee members and also post it on the committee website.
And you want them to make technical changes as needed, I believe, Senator Daniel?
Yes.
Okay. Members, is there Representative Hawkins?
Yeah, this goes back to, since we're moving forward on these, it was a question that I just didn't get a ton of clarity on when was asked, regarding Senator Blue's statements about, packing of African Americans and like what happens. What happens if we find that there ends up being, based on our best outlines of not using racial data, if we find that African Americans have been packed, what do we do? And so I understand, and I'm not a country lawyer, but I want to make sure, because people are asking those kinds of questions online, and we want to make sure that this process is above reproach, right? That we move forward, and we hope that we will not be in litigation for the next decade. And I, again, just want to make sure I'm asking that question clearly, because it didn't come across as clear in the first.
Okay. Well, and Representative Hawkins, the chair will try to answer that question as best I can. Again, knowing this is a committee, it's a body that makes a decision. We're agreeing or at least we're proposing in this criteria not to use racial data at all in the drawing of these maps. But as Senator Daniel has said, members of the committee and members of the public are welcome to gather whatever evidence and put forth evidence that might fall under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act that may require some use of racial data. And of course, that will be up to this body, to this committee, and ultimately two bodies of the two chambers as to whether to consider that and how to do that. But at this point, none of that evidence has been put forth.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did ask the committee earlier on, and I want to restate my request, and that is that the committee provide any ruling that specifically nullified the requirement of Stevenson that states that, first, legislative districts required by the VRA shall be formed before non-VRA districts are created.
Further discussion or debate? Again, Senator Daniel has made a motion on the proposed criteria as amended. Seeing none, Senator Marcus.
I just, I guess, a point of clarification. I'm going through my notes here and just want to be clear that we are now being asked to vote on the criteria that were handed out on Monday with the addition of Senator Daniel's amendment.
That's correct, Senator Marcus.
And by my count, there were 12 Democratic amendments, only one carried, and that is Senator Clark's on criteria number 2. So that is now part of the criteria that we're voting on.
That's right. There was one Republican amendment adopted and one Democratic amendment adopted. Further discussion or debate on the motion? If not, the House will move into a vote. All those in favor of Senator Daniel's motion will signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. We'll move to a Senate vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate members, all in favor of the criteria of adopting the criteria as amended, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
Ayes have it, and the criteria is adopted.
Okay, members, a couple of housekeeping items for staff that the chair's been passed up, and the chair's going to call on Eric Churchill to explain these. Number one, the chair anticipates instructing central staff to process the legacy data from the Census Bureau. Ms. Churchill, will you discuss what that means?
Yes, sir. That means that the Information Systems Division will receive the Census Bureau legacy data whenever it is released by the census, which we anticipate to be sometime today. And it means they will begin processing that data for use in the Maptitude system and our reporting engines, which allow us to actually produce the bills that will technically is what the General Assembly is enacting. And as long as we have the instruction to begin that processing, we will begin it as soon as the Census Bureau releases it.
Okay, members, with
Mr. Chair.
Senator Clark.
Have a request. Once the data is downloaded, can the ISD provide us with the county population data? That's pretty easy.
The chair will so direct that be provided when it's downloaded.
As soon as we have it available and we've done our little cute cross-text for quality assurance, we'll be glad to post that to the web.
Let the chair clarify that that'll be sent out once it's in a readable format to where it can be sent out and properly read.
Yes, sir.
And it has been checked, as the lady said, for any technical errors.
Yes, sir.
Senator
And-
Clark.
Yes, but the Census Bureau provides those files, and essentially it's nothing but a CSV file that you can access via Microsoft Access. And all I'm asking for is the 100 counties and what is the population of those counties. There's no quality check required for that.
Ms. Churchill, the lady's recognized.
I will not speak for our Information Systems Division. I do know that they want some time to make sure that what they are inputting into the General Assembly systems is the same as what the Census Bureau is delivering. If we have available from the Census Bureau the CSV file, obviously it will be available on the Census Bureau's website. We are happy to post a link at the General Assembly's website.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I'll get it myself.
Okay. Members, the chair intends to make that direction to staff to process the legacy data from Census Bureau without objection. So ordered. Members, staff has requested instructions for central staff, that is, to develop a 2021-2022 residency layer. I think that's self-explanatory, Ms. Churchill. This committee has adopted a set of criteria that allows it to consider incumbency of members, and the staff just needs to be able to overlay that on the map. Did I say that pretty much correct in simple terms?
Absolutely, and just as a reminder for those of you who have been here before as these residency layers have been developed, we will be contacting each of you individually to confirm what your residency is. We do ask that when we make that contact that you sign and return to us. We will also be making the same contact of all 13 congressional delegation members for the same information.
Members, as previously stated, the chair anticipates the committee meeting at some point next week to discuss how this committee will go about the public comment portion of our work. And again, by way of example, the chairs will be listening to hear whether the committee wants to hold meetings all across the state or here in this room via video feed, whatever the committee's wish may be. So if committee members will, you can go ahead and start putting forth some of those suggestions. We want to come back in here and have, again, an open, transparent discussion next week about what committee members feel would be the best path forward on the public comment period. Don't know that we will necessarily make a decision on that criteria next week, but we'll see how it goes. Also, the public comment portal is going to continue to be open. Again, members of the public are encouraged to send forth any thoughts they have about the entire process, especially right now, how they would like to see public comment conducted moving forward now that we have criteria adopted. And, of course, members are encouraged to reach out to their constituents and hear what they have to say about it. Just momentarily, the committee will be at ease. At this point, there is no further business before the committee today, and therefore, the committee is now adjourned.